baby? I don't know what's all right. I think I'm live. I think I'm good. Seriously gonna die over here. I think I'm actually live on everything. Dude, I just turned the stream on just a couple seconds ago, like another instance of it for just YouTube. That was it. And it went live on Twitch. I have like a sorry for the look of my camera right now. I look like death. It's my camera. It's all like my set. Everything is fucked up on my end. Streamlabs is weird. I think what it is that I've got like a server. I think Streamlabs has a server, and it like when I was traveling, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk to the server, right? And then when I got home, and then tried to do a stream yesterday, it's like still talking to me somewhere else. I don't know how to describe it. So it's like it's got like it's trying to talk to me somewhere else. I'm not there. So it's like I don't know what's going on, but I think we're actually live right now across platforms. And someone was just watching me like Dust Axon was watching me. Dude, like that I wasn't even supposed to be streaming. Or not to Twitch at least. So I don't know. Like I think I kind of get it. Like I think that I think it has like artifacts or something. I tried everything. Like I tried changing my slobs folder. I tried turning off my WAN and then LAN and then LAN and then WAN and then try to change folders. I tried signing in and out of all of my accounts, like out and in, out and in. It's still lagging right now. At any rate, we have a lot to talk about. Last night I started a brief and I stopped the brief. Maybe I should make the stream private. Hold on here. Just make the stream private. Is it working now? We have to chat because there's a lot of mechanics going on in the market right now. And it's a tough call. Should we do it public? I don't know. Should I just put in a brief? I wrote a brief, but there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on in the background of the market right now. And depending upon how you view price action, it's going to matter. For not just where we are right now. By the way, we're going up if you didn't know. I think I said it earlier this morning on a stream that was live. I was like, we're going up. Up. We should kind of park around here though today and then not ramp until tomorrow. We got to talk though. There's a lot of like there's a lot of, how do I say this? There's a lot of arguments right now about where we're going, and anger and emotions. God, look at my face. I look like I've got a sun on my face or something. Just turn my camera off. Hold on a second here. So we have a lot going on in the market right now, and depending upon how you view the market, I was having a conversation yesterday with Joe Donut about this because you never know who you're talking to. You never know like you never know who you're talking to and what they want. Are they like late to the party? Are they trapped higher? There shouldn't be anybody trapped higher. Anyone that's trapped higher would be like we should talk about this right now. Hold up. Should we make this public or private? I think we should make this private. It's hard to put into a brief. I gotta think about it. Let me check my notes here. What, dude? I'm reading Winky. What's going on? Thank you, Squidward. I appreciate that, brother. Well, I'm going to write that down. Hold on. Custom ingest. So I have to get a new key. All right. We have to talk. Now, I don't know if it should be a private stream. See, like, now I'm like, oh, let's do a private stream. We have to talk about something here. So let's go over to the trigger screen really quick. And we got to look at, should I just delete all of this maybe? Here, we'll just delete it. Let's start. We do this every day anyways, so we got to talk about something. So the argument right now is hang tighter, guys. So we kind of knew that we were going to trade 590 and possibly 595. We knew this like a week or two ago, and there's also likely some kind of a pinning action into OpEx, which is tomorrow. I do find it fascinating that. Did I get this right? Hold on here. Give me a second here. Give me one quick second here. I got the wrong glasses on. Yeah, it's not going to matter. Okay, so when we break out like this here, we have to talk about it. And the reason we have to talk about this is because we have a pin on OpEx, right? Now, from there, the market has an ability to unclench. To literally reverse the opposite direction. Now, if you guys understand, like, see, this is a daily time frame right here. These are daily candles. We know that there are sellers here. Or we think that they're here. Like right above, right there. There's it doesn't matter if, how do I describe this? It doesn't matter if we're on a daily time frame, an hour time frame. It doesn't really matter. 4-hour time frame doesn't matter. It's all the same price action. So I want you to think about this. Like, I want you to like think in your mind, hey, this is a 1-minute chart, but it's not. So let's say you're in a 1-minute chart, even though this is a daily chart, pretend this is a 1-minute chart, and you've got a bottom, right? We back tested that bottom. Cool. You must make an all-time high. You don't have a choice. It doesn't matter what time frame you're on, you have to make an all-time high. The moment that you stop on the path for an all-time high, we go lower. So you can't fail. Now let me express to you what this means. You have this high right here, this prior high, and I want to show you this. This is important. So you got this one right here, right? And you got this one right here, right? And always that one right there. And you've got like, you can have pullbacks, like we break that one, we pull back, right? You break this one, which is that one right there. And then you should pull back, right? Hit this bad boy here, and then we go higher. We should fail this up here. We should, theoretically. And I think that's acceptable. To then break higher, right? We get that high finally right here, right? Now there are some out there, there are people out there that are like, well, you can't stop now, Cap. You gotta break up here and then break up here, and then you can have your pullback down here. Yes. Like in a better world, yes. But there's danger. When you do these, like, if we go up here, fail this, and test and retest this right here, this seems right. This is like a what do you call it? Like a when I say, hey, we got a bull plane coming. When you have like a 1 in 5 minute trigger, and you know you've got the cross coming up, right? We're turning up. Then you have like the break higher, and then you test that before you go higher. And this is where my thesis is here. That we pull back and then go higher. Some traders are like, nope, you can't do that. It's just up, 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 up. You get the new high. Can't stop, won't stop. And if we fail at any point, we're going to fail the whole thing. We're going to go all the way down here. If we fail this cap, we go all the way down and make a new low. Can't stop, won't stop. And we have examples of this, of like reversing during an OPEX and then not stopping, like literally giving the entire move up. So there are, like, my point here is that there are differing opinions on like what needs to happen, what can happen, the mechanics of how this happens. What is failure? But we've already done what we need to do. Like, we've already beaten this prior high. So there's no requirement that we beat this high. And further to that point, I would hate to see us beat this high and not make the all-time high. So if we don't do that, depending on who you are, you know that we should go all the way down to the depths of hell. So my preference here is that we go higher, but don't touch this thing. And we do a pullback. We're allowed to do a pullback because we broke this one here. And we're allowed to actually do the pullback and then break that one. And we're, believe it or not, allowed to pull back again and do that one. And this is all fine price action, just like this. This works. If we break higher, and if we lose momentum at any point, we're fucked. 70% of the time we're fucked. Not 100, but 70. You know, there's mechanics to this stuff. What you can and can't do theoretically. So, what I would say too is this. Just so you know, I sold SPY 590. I sold out of my holdings, like owning SPY. And you might be wondering why. And it's hard to explain why, but I'm going to attempt to do it here. So, no matter what time frame we are on, no matter what happens from this point forward, it doesn't matter to me. For me to get long, or how do I describe this? So let me just draw this out for you. So if we have price action coming down, right? And this was the prior high right here, let's just say, right? And we're bouncing. So we bounce, right? We catch this new high. Catch that new high, right? Whoop. Catch that new high. And then we get a new high. Pretend this is like a 1 minute chart. This back test is the one that you invariably put risk on. Does that make any sense? So you have the bottom, you've got the new high and this, you know, all this nastiness, but then that back test is when you actually get long. Hold on here. So you've got a 1 minute and a 5 minute trigger coming down, right? I think I got this right, but hold on here. And that's kind of what you're looking for there. You know, you've got the bottom, you beat the last high right here, and then that back test, you back test that turn. Now, what's important here? You may not be following along, but I'll explain it better to you. So, you can trade this, and you can kind of trade that. You could even trade this if you wanted. But like you're living in here. And percentage wise where there's failure is in these zones right here. There's danger. And there's danger of failure to the downside, and there's danger of failing and breaking down. And your best trade is after that high and right here. It's where it's like a 90% we're rock and roll, we're good to go. The price action that's within this, right, on a 1 minute basis or a 5 minute basis, an hour basis, this is where you get people angry. They get really angry within here. So my point here is that there's risk as we approach of this pullback. And there's a lot of you that are like, well, no, Cap, we're going to break up here and then do the pullback. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. I'm with you on that. And I don't even mind taking that trade without risk on the market is the key. Like, so if we break up here into, let's say, tomorrow or the weekend or something, I'm not buying physical SPY. I'll take the trade up there, right? And I'll get out right here. Before you even hit that, I'll be out. If we break up here, I'll take that trade too, like from there to there. but I don't like fucking around when we're at these rejection points. And I think this is something where you don't know who you're speaking to. Who wants that? If this fails, that person disappears. They're gone. You know, and this is your money and my money. Like, we're putting real risk on the market. So if we're putting real money and risk on the market, I think as we approach this, there's danger. So you take the trade to resistance, and then you step away. Invariably, you let someone else do that for you. You let the dealers do it. You let institutions do it. So if we break above, let's say we invariably break above, right? We take our money and run here, and we don't pull back. We blast up. I still want to be buying a back test of at least the hourly trigger, you know, to go up. I don't want to be the guy up there with holding my dick in my hand and we roll down. And here we are right now, right? You can see where we are. It's a 1 hour basis right here. You can actually see where they're selling up here, right? Let's look at it closely. And we got a giant ass wick like right here. See that wick? Right? We went up and they wicked us straight down, right? Wham, wham, wham. They got the wicked us here too, right? Wicked us right here. Like there's a lot of selling up here. There's selling right here. You know, they're here. Without a doubt, they're here. And we're getting close to it, aren't we? Like we're coming into volatility up here. So you know, if they're going to roll us, they're just sitting here waiting. So what am I looking for to beat these sellers? Is likely the daily trigger. And it's lower. And it's crossing the weekly trigger. So I'm not like anti we don't go up here. I'm not anti we don't break through and even get the all-time high, but invariably for me to put risk on the market, I need to know that this isn't going to fail right here. And I think this is where the prudent trader lives. I feel like the prudent trader I think this is where bottom is. I'm going to add. I'm going to DCA if I need to where I think the next bottom is. I get long, I put the risk on when no one else wants to. When everyone else is scared. And you know, I'm exiting before I get murdered, right? I'm up here, we're getting up here, and, you know, hey, Cap, what about this last little bit right here? I'm like, you know what I leave that to? I leave that to fucking FOMOers. I leave it to FOMOers because if I look at this trade 10 times or 100 times, it's not a 70% winner. It's like a 30% winner. Sometimes we roll early, right? Vixpiration. Sometimes we get above to consolidate, and then we roll. You know, there are a lot of outcomes here. It's not something that gives you an edge as a trader. What does give you an edge, or what would give me an edge, would be observing price action breaking up and over, pulling back, and holding. Actually, it wouldn't look like that. It would look like, you know, it would look something like this. Right? We do the cross. You know, if we catch that new high right there on any back test, that gives me edge. Hey, I got the new high. Daily trigger held. And I got a new high. I'm going to buy the back test. And we're all smiling. That's one eye. I got two eyes. Letter. And I think that rules matter. And I think that, like, living in here, right or wrong an outcome, whether it rolls, whether it goes higher, it doesn't matter. I think as, like, if you're a market participant over years, that you don't care if you miss. You don't care if this goes up there. That's not your trade. You're a buyer of dips, and you leave the FOMO to the rest. I can't say we're not going to go higher here and do an all-time high run like immediately. Early June. And yesterday, JPM was pushing that narrative. Well, we're going to go higher and we're going to make an all-time high by June 20th. And that does make sense. Do you know when school closes in New York? So school is out for summer on June 26th in New York City. So why would you want to make an all-time high on June 20th? So that you can go on vacation, right? Take off with the kids. If you're a New Yorker, you work in New York on Wall Street, you want that all-time high, right? Before you get to the 20th, pull it down, and then where we come back from vacation, we're off and running, right? That's what I would think. But I don't live in that. I live in this, like, world of rules. And I've got rules. And I try to follow them because they're proven. And one of those rules would be that we don't have to go higher. There's no requirement. As a matter of fact, if we do, we can't stop. We can go higher, I mean, like we can go up here. But the moment that we cross this, we have to go up. I'd actually like to see us, like, break it and then pull back. Here, we're going to peek our heads up here, say hello. How are you doing up there? We'll be back. And we're going to get that daily trigger. Now, if we go higher, and we don't do the wave, we start going higher, I can chase that. I don't mind chasing that. But I don't think that's a decision for today. And I don't think that's something that you and I should be trading until we get there. I think you can get long here for this trade, but I don't think you risk everything on it. I think you're waiting down here to risk everything. And I think even if we go up here, you're still waiting down here for that daily trigger to actually buy the market again. And I think living in here is excuse me, I think living in this zone up here is left for like zero dates or weeklies or call spreads. But I don't think it's appropriate to be like, you know, hey, we're going there. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the appropriate call would be, hey, I'm going to get out of my longs here. I'll trade this up if I need to, but I'm still waiting over here. Like, this is where I am. And I think that matters as an investor and as a trader and as a retailer and as a, like, following rules and tools and everything that you've learned to do, regardless of outcome. Whether we sell, whether we break up and over and up, it doesn't matter. You're just waiting here. And it sucks to be like that, but that's what it is. And that really does save you. I mean, we talked back here in February about being hedged, right? Got it on video, baby. And we bought dips down here, didn't we? We bought a dip on the weekly trigger. We bought a dip down here at 62, remember? We bought this. And some of you even bought the bottom down here, right? Like Joe Dunn and a bunch of guys were all adding down here, loading the fuck up. So some of you like buying. And now we're higher, aren't we? So this is a good trade. We're making money. I just made $20 fucking on S&P 500. I can't complain about that. And if I'm going to buy S&P 500 again, it's somewhere in here. You know, buy the dip, right? Can I buy the dip again? It's over here, like, more than likely, right? You got the one, you got the low, you got the, you know, the ball sack over here, and then a ball sack over here, right? Seems kind of appropriate, right? And I want to say one other thing here about this, which would be, you know, no matter what they're telling us, no matter what JPM is telling us or anyone else is telling us, right, the market or fucking Trump or whoever, if we were to fail this and we don't make that new high to get long, if we start to collapse down here, that would be devastating to me. Devastating. And these are the kind of things where it would ruin me. I got to tell you guys something. So this past weekend was Mother's Day, right? I had to deal with my mom. I had to deal with my wife, my kids, and I had to see some friends. And I had to pay for college for my daughter this week. I had to pay for my daughter to go to college. You know, pay all the tuition. And, you know, when people are out there arguing about where we're going, I'm like, well, you know, what if we fail this and we're down here and I'm trying to buy SPY and how do I pay for my daughter's college next year? You know, and we're like down here and it's depths of hell and like everything's screwed, right? My wife would like want to divorce me. So I think prudence is the call up here. I think it's important to follow rules as we approach this up here. And I don't think it matters where we go here. I don't think that it matters if we break above, trade this, whatever that is. I'm waiting down here to get long yet again when someone else doesn't want to get long or they're scared or whatever it is. I think that's appropriate. So if you are ascribing yourself to gurus out there, or where are we going, or this guy calls it right, that guy calls it wrong. I don't know. This guy gets it right sometimes, gets it wrong. I don't think that really matters in this situation. I think you, as an investor, trader, or retailer, it's important for you to always be waiting for that opportunity to buy a dip, and that's a real thing. Like buying the dip is a meme for a reason. When something goes wrong, you're the guy waiting over here for that dip buy. So where do we go from here? Is like everyone wants to know where we going from here. We're pinned into OPEX. There is a window of weakness next week into month end and expiration. There's a window. It's not weak. We can go up. We don't need to go down. And I don't care if we go up and not down. And I don't care if we roll either. I can trade this up like hand stare it, rather than saying, yeah, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to buy some calls for all-time highs, and then I get rolled to the depths of hell. Right? And I ain't doing that for nobody. Not doing it. I mean, I've got call spreads on right now for tomorrow, but if we break higher and above and hold, start making new highs, I'll get long again. But I'm not going to fucking own the S&P 500 while doing it. And I'm not getting rolled down to the depths of hell down here so I can cry about it and be like, oh, fuck, I'm down a bunch of money now again. You know what I mean? So when people are telling you where we're going, yeah, we'll get there. If we go above, if we go above this target right here, I'll give you an exact number. We've had this number for a couple weeks, right? And look at it, it's right there. It's hidden. I'll get rid of the yellow box right here. It's right there. That's the target for tomorrow. Make that red. There's the target. I don't know if we break through it. I don't know if we reject it. I don't know if we get above it. I don't know. I know there's a giant fucking gap down here that needs closed. I know there's a cross coming up on a daily and weekly basis. And even if we get above it, it's got our name on it. Even if it crosses late, still has our name on it. And I don't really care if we roll. I don't care if we break up and over. I don't care. I just know that it's got our name to buy right there. And I'll be honest with you. My thought here is that we trade up and then we pull down. Well, I shouldn't be on a weekly with this, but hold on. I think this is the most prudent call for an hourly basis. Hold on here. That's right. Just keep on squeezing, baby. Hold on here, guys. So there's all-time high right there. My thesis is that we would hit this one here, right? I was like, yeah, we're going to hit that one, that 90. And then we're going to hit that 96, hopefully. 596.70. And then we drop. We lose the island. Right? And then we go up there and smash through it. Something like this. And I think that's the most prudent call. I think this is the reasonable, rational way to see where we're going. And there's a real argument right now that that's not where we're going. That we're going to go, up and away. I can trade that. I can trade that when it happens. I don't need to put that risk on for that trade where we are right now. And I don't think that you should either. I think that you should be looking for a dip to buy, whether that's next week, the expiration, June 2nd, whatever that may be. I think that's the prudent thing to be looking for. And I don't think that you should necessarily be selling it either. We talked about this yesterday in the stream, which was I showed you guys like positive gamma, negative gamma, how you need a second low in negative gamma. But we're in buy the dip. We're not in chasing. We're taking the money off, and we're looking for a dip to buy. And when we get up here above this next run, I'm going to be trying to get out again up here and getting long again on whatever that back test is. What I most certainly won't be doing is here. Hold on here. What I most certainly won't be doing, though, is I won't be long here. I'll be out again looking for a dip to buy somewhere down in there. I'll leave this to you. And I'll leave this to you, too. I don't care what happens here. I care more about taking the money and running, seeing profit and taking it, and not being the guy that's going, yeah, bro, we're going to go up here, then we're going to go up there, and then you'll get your, you pull down over here. And I can't do that. I can't logically say that this is what we're going to do. We're going to break above, then we're going to do this one, then you get your pullback. I can trade that with you. But I can't call it from down here. And I'm not going to call it down here. Because if we do roll, you're going to be like, oh, I hate Captain Jim James. Just kidding. Told you we were going down. Oh, but now we're going down, right? No, I'm just kidding, but I don't think we're going down, but and I'm not necessarily anti us going straight up, breaking above and doing all this like immediately. I just don't like having risk on markets, nor telling you that's where we're going. And I'd prefer to follow rules. And the reason is because they work, and you can quantify the edge that you have. And the edge that you have is that you lay off of risk as we approach this monthly bar. You just kind of like sit back and you wait and you observe and you take the trade, which would be what? So let's say you wanted to get short in here. What would you do? You would wait for the break of the hourly trigger, wouldn't you? And there's the hourly trigger right here, right? You can see it clear as day. We got videos on the website about this, right? Here's the weekly or the hourly trigger. If we go up here and we break through this, yeah, let's get short, right? And you actually got two, right? There's one, there's two. Let's get short. And even then, I don't even know if I want to get short. I'm a buyer of dips. I really want to be, just waiting down here wherever this might be. If this is up slightly and that daily trigger's up there, I just want to be down here hanging out, buying this crap down here. So are we going higher? Are we breaking up and above and away? Possibly. I'm open to it. But if you're prudent, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to go back to work at Wendy's? Is that the thesis here? I let it run until it blows up. And I keep a job. Work up like 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, slaving away the rest of my life. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I'd rather the trade pass me by and be wrong and not blow up my account every single fucking time than I missed some gains. Or I was only able to trade zero dates or make money, day to day if it ends. If we start breaking higher, and I do find it fascinating that unless we're breaking higher and then all of a sudden you get a Trump bomb, trade deal off again. Where do we go? That's where we go. We go straight down. And all of a sudden we don't expect that volatility. Like we had volatility, now we don't. We don't have Trump out of nowhere just like throwing a bomb on the market. Come on. We're still in a trade war. So, if it's me and what I'm doing and what I'm planning on doing, it's that I'm looking for a sell. When am I looking for that sell to possibly happen? Now here's Friday. Whoop. If there was a chance of a sell, it's next week. If there's a window for a sell, it's next week. And if we don't sell, if we decide, hey, we're not going to do that, Cap, you're wrong. Boop, boop, we're up and over. Make a new high. Okay, so I get long. Sweet, let's take out all-time highs. Let's do that together. But I'm not putting on any kind of risk until we're above and we make that new high. I think that's the rule. That hourly trigger comes up, we back test it just fine, and we're up and out of here. Sweet, make a new high, jump on that train, and we're going higher. What I'm definitely not doing is all this money that I'm making up here, I'm not giving that back to the market for a rejection on Monday. I'm not giving my money back so I can sit in markets, not paying my daughter to go to college for all the hard work she's done for you or anyone else, and you shouldn't either. You should be taking the money and running. And every time we talk about these things, I feel like we come back. I feel like I'm like, hey, 2 weeks I'm going to talk to you and ask you this question. And then we come back and we approach this stuff again, and we're down here. Like, okay, are you ready to get long now? And you go, no, I'm scared now, Cap. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Like, you're like bullish on the top, you're bearish on the bottom. You're fighting for pennies and dollars because you feel bullish. I don't know. I think the prudent long-term investor takes their money and they run as we approach this volatility, and we let the FOMO gang live or die, or for that one moment they're kings. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we go up, right, or we go up and we like blast through and hold it and keep going, they're king for a day. I think I'll give that to you. You can be the king for the day on the break higher and the consolidation, and we keep fucking just ripping faces off. You're awesome. I know for a fact, statistically, though, that you lose that trade 70% of the time. Literally that high. You literally lose that trade that many times that I know that you've got a job at Wendy's. And then eventually you're going to blow your shit up, and you are going to continue to work for the rest of your life. This is why we wash out 70% of the fucking stock market. Right here. What we're approaching right now is where we wash people out. Every single time. Hindsight trading, that kind of stuff. You know, it worked this time, it didn't work the next time. Next time we do this, it's going to work, bro. It worked this one time I did it. It was amazing. I was king of Fintwit for a day. You know what I mean? So I think we're still going up here into tomorrow. I think we're like pinned on 590. I don't know if we squeeze 595 today and park it into tomorrow's close. I don't know if we trade higher into tomorrow's close. The only thing that I know is we got a fucking magnet up here that we're gonna smash into tomorrow. That's all I know. And I think that anyone out there that is promising you that we're going straight to all-time highs, I think that's disingenuous. I think anyone that's promising you that we're gonna, I don't know, roll down is disingenuous. I think that you just have to be aware that we're entering into some volatility, that you should be patient. You should be looking for a pullback to buy or something to chase above. That's it. I think it's that simple. I don't think you have to be like calling that's the top or calling we're going to all-time highs or calling depths of hell or anything. I think that as we approach, you take the money and run. You put it in your pocket and you wait for the next opportunity to either get short or long. And I don't think it's here. I don't think we're like going all tits, balls deep, long here. I think trading it into this for tomorrow's fine. But I wouldn't be all like full account. Hey, I'm just long, bro. And we're not there yet. Again, if we go to any time frame, this happens to be a daily chart, you should already know that the best trade here is the pullback. This is the literal risk on trade here. Not here. Here. Not here. Here. This is the actual risk on trade right here. It's actually after we're done doing this stuff. So, situation normal. We're out of here. Fun times ahead. So, the only thing that I can tell you about this would be, you know, we got this the real high over there. We would likely sell that too, right? And then get it over there. So there's a lot of work to be done, in my view at least. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think that's reasonable and rational. Now look at how high we are up here. Cranking right now. You can just see it right here. Whoop. Let me ask you that question. Like, you know, if we're down here, are you working at Wendy's if we go down here? Or are you working at Wendy's if we go down here? You should ask yourself that question. And I have no wants to be giving back any of this dip buying shit down here. I want to take that money and I want to buy that down there somehow. And I don't care if we squeeze up here and then do it. I don't care how we do it. I just want to be waiting down here for my next like risk on type position. We got that, right? Yeah, we got that. 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that. 1, 2, right? 3 big push. Right? 4 down here. And then the big old 5 right there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I got that right. I might have that right. I could be wrong. I'll tell you one thing. If I'm right, If I'm right and we pull back, whew. Woo-wee. If we pull back next week, during Vixpiration, of course, end of month, right? We'll see. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. And, you know, whose account's on fire. Coming into R2 right now. So, I realize that you're getting it everywhere. Like, I realize that you've got people everywhere telling you where we're going. And I realize it's like traders. I realize that it's gurus and services and, you know, all this shit that's out there. To me, none of it matters. The only thing that matters to me is that we're trading up into that monthly target up here. And I want to get risk off for a pullback. Or if we break above it and start consolidating, I'll take that fucking long with you. But I'm always looking for that pullback. So I realize that on daily candles we can't stop to go higher. I'm aware of it. Like, I get it. But if we don't break above that monthly target up here, if we don't break above this, we're allowed to live another day. If the moment we break, or not break, but we could peak. I would like that, to be honest with you. Peak and then roll. I think it makes the run more valid. If we start blasting above and keep running, you can't stop until all-time highs. If we do stop, we're fucked. Can't stop, won't stop, right? Your pivots. You want to look at pivots together? On your chart, do you see the bottom right-hand side down on the chart? Do you have, I don't know if you can see it here, but see how it says ADJ and ETH? ETH, ADJ. Do you have that checked on your box? The other thing, too, is the time frame that you're on will matter. And are you clicking your pivots? You want to see the pivots? I got it set to 1 day, traditional. And then I mark off all the boxes. And your trading view layout might be different than mine. And that's down here in the right-hand corner. You see adjust in ETH, ADJ, ETH. I think it's important for you as a trader to understand this. And I was trying to put it in words into a brief, and I don't know how to, like, I wrote it like 3 or 4 different ways, and I'm like, nah, I sound like an asshole. Like, I sound like a total fucking dickhead. And I'm not trying to be a dickhead about it. I'm trying to get you guys to have fucking rules in trading and things that you use as a guide, even if you miss out on gains. You don't need to take every fucking trade, and you don't need to always be right, and you don't need, it's so odd. I always find it odd that, like, every day there has to be a trade, and every day I need to be making money, and I'm questioning that rationale. Are you looking right now for $5.95, or are you looking for a dip to buy? That's maybe even the better question. Are you feeling the FOMO? Are you feeling bared up? Like, what are you feeling right now? because I'm feeling like I want to take some money and run. By the way, I posted a trade yesterday inside of the Discord. How's that fucking thing printing right now? Pretty good? So I don't know what you guys want. That's right, Big Spark. I love you, brother. Is he really blabbing? God. That's my biggest thing right now. I'm fucking like, I was talking to a buddy yesterday, a close friend that's a trader. And, dude, I was talking to a buddy. Dude, so I talked to a buddy yesterday. I talked to a fucking floor trader. I hung out with a floor trader this weekend. A literal, bona fide Chicago floor trader. And we both agreed. I'm like, yeah, we're going to all-time highs. He's like, we're going all-time highs. I'm like, yes, we are. He's like, we're on the same page. I'm like, yeah. How do we get there? I don't know. Can I get a pullback to buy to go there? I think that's like more important. Like, how do we get there? The rules of how we get there, and how you don't want to be completely fucking annihilated. Trading 590.33, coming into R2 right now at 590.82. I want to make a note to you here that 590 is the target. I can't tell you if we're going to squeeze up tomorrow to 595 or 96. If you are a real fucking trader, don't hesitate to take a little bit of money off as we come up here into 595 or 96 or whatever. Don't feel like you owe anybody anything. You take your money, you walk away, you look for a pullback to buy. 590.43 right now. I think I did tell you on FinTwit that they were going to fuck you to the upside into Friday close. We're living true to that right now, aren't we? If you're a bear, I warned you. Don't ever say that I don't like bears or sellers. Trading 590.55 right now to the upside. I'm reading the chat right now in Discord and it's on fucking fire. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, God. Okay, so let's revisit. Let's like encapsulate this, okay? We are buyers of dips. We're in positive gamma. We're going up. We're coming into known volatility into Friday. You want to be looking for lower to buy a dip or letting the market take us higher to get long. You never want to be in that volatility, just dicking around. It's always dangerous to be doing that. It doesn't matter if you're right or if this time you called it right or this time you have a failing or this time is different. Follow your fucking rules every fucking time. And I got to impress that upon you. We're not degens. And I don't want you to ever be a degen. It's how you blow up your account. When you see guys that like take $2,000, turn it into fucking $500,000, they invariably always come back and give it back to the market because they don't have fucking rules and tools. Look at that, just pumping away. I actually had the stream up this morning at 9:30, I think on Twitch, and I screamed into the stream, I'm like, we're going up. We're going up all day long. And then I turned the stream off trying to reset it and fix it. So if you were in that stream listening, I think there was like 30 or 70 people listening in. Congratulations, you're rich. Again. You're rich again today. Trading 590.43. Just a note here that at the zeros and fives, we usually find some supply. And we're sitting on a zero right now at 590. God damn you, Uncle JBJ. $530. And that's the other thing too, is like, if you think we're going up to all-time highs, we're not going to stop. Bull ratio spread comes to mind. If we roll, be like, hey, Cap, man, a bull ratio spread, bro. I'd be like, yeah, man, that sounds right. Sounds good. I'm in a bear ratio spread here, Cap. I'm hedging that downside move. If we go higher, I'm flat. No risk. I like that trade too here. But I don't like just the blatant, like, I don't know, we're going all straight to all-time highs from here, bro. And you need to be calling it. Or, you know, we're going to roll to zero or something from here. I'm just fucking with you, Uncle JBJ. I'm just I'm just kidding, bro. Yeah, Brent, I'm with you on I think there is a window of, you know, there's a window of weakness next week. I don't fucking know if we could trade. We could literally trade sideways. We could literally just go sideways and then ramp into the 20th of June. Now, we could roll down. We can break above and just nonstop to all-time highs. I don't know what's going to happen. The only thing that I know is that there's a window. There's like it depends on where we are with price too. If we can get price up high enough, there's some mechanics going on here in the background, like dude, look at that beautiful fucking trade. Look at that sexy ass trade. Bought the fucking low right here. Goddamn beautiful thing, right? Look at that fucking sexiness. We have some mechanics going on too in the background into OPEX. We're going to talk about that. Most calls in the market right now are tied to 59.50 and 6,000 to some extent on SPX. Let's look at that really quick. See if we can go over here and look at this here. I think we drew this out for you yesterday. And there are a lot of calls here and here. There's more calls right here. There's some calls right here. And I guess the greater question that I have is if we go up here, you roll your calls higher, dealers have to chase that higher. Like dealers will chase as you're rolling your calls higher. And the moment that you stop rolling those calls higher, dealers will counter you, if that makes any sense at all. So they'll chase you when they need to as you like come into the market with a ton of calls. If we're up here, invariably we have to be up here for you to roll your calls for next month, right? For June. And if I was a dealer and you stopped buying those calls, I would be rolling you, right? I'd be selling into you and not wanting to print those calls until they're worthless in the month of June. Now, that's not necessarily how this works. If we don't stop buying calls, we keep going up, right? Up, 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 up. But if we stop, we're like, hey, we're gonna go to all-time highs, bro. I'm gonna buy some more calls for June right here. If that were the case, and then I stopped buying calls, yeah, I'll print those for you. Sure. Sure, you're rolling your calls higher, bro. Yeah, I'll print those fucking things over here. You know what I mean? Yeah, here. And how about fuck you? I'm a dealer. I'm going to just unload on you the entire month. We'll get there. We'll get there later. We'll get there, just not when you want to get there. No party time, that whole thing up. And just imagine what I have to deal with when this happens. Like, I just got to deal with, like, I got to deal with, like, people. My knee hurts, Cap. Yeah. Can I make the picture a little bigger? Sure. Yeah, hold on. You want to see it again? Showed you this yesterday. You want to snip this? Wait a minute. There we go. This is what everybody's screaming about, right? We're going there. And you're going to roll your calls higher. And I'm telling you that there's a better chance of us printing that. You know, we can print it now. But, you know, I'd put more time on that print. I'd put it out here somewhere. And as a matter of fact, I would actually put it first week of July, to be honest. And if you get the print early, you get the print next week, you're a rock star. If you get the print end of June, you're a rock star. June 20th, whatever, you're a rock star. If you get it in July, you're a rock star. You won. Again, one way or another, you win. But the promise is that we print it today, right? We're getting all-time highs, bro, today. I'm like, maybe. I'll take my chances with either a pullback or chase it. With weeklies or dailies or whatever, 0 dates, 1 dates. I'm serious. I'm dead serious about those rules. Like, you don't need to win every trade, and you don't need to make money every fucking day. And you really need to put risk on when everybody else is afraid, and be exiting as they're getting long. What they do, what tends to happen in this in this stock market, what tends to happen is everybody gets paired up. Sky's ending, world's ending. Weren't we just talking about a ticker last week? Was it Google? Weren't we just talking about Google last week? Oh, nope. Hold on here. Go back. End of the world, right? Was it Google? Was it Google that was down? Yeah. I think it was Google. Yeah, we had a little green box to buy down here, didn't we? Remember the day when Google blasted down to the depths of hell? And should I bring up the conversation in the Discord? What did it do? Oh, it recovered? Oh, interesting. And we were talking about Google. The Discord was like, "Oh my God, Google's burning," and I'm like, "Are you guys bulled up or what?" And everyone seemed like they were pretty bearish. So while everyone is bullish, you're selling into them. When everybody is bearish, you're buying from them, right? And you're leaving the outcomes to themselves, right? If we continue to squeeze up and stuff like that, you might have missed out on some of this. There's some people out there that are differently about this. So, like, let your runners run. I'm not opposed to letting runners run. I'm not opposed to taking the trade to the upside. But your main trade, the one that gives you your bread and butter, you take the money, you cash out, book the profit, live to trade another day, and to do degenerate trades like if we go above 596. Trading 590.61, still trying to get up here to 590.81. It's hard too. We have a pin likely above into tomorrow at 596. 596.70. I'd like to see us peek our heads above it. I don't know if it takes until the last 15 minutes. We could park this right here in 590 and do nothing all day long and then ramp the close tomorrow to get up there. But I know we're going there. And we're going to take every one of their stops on the way there. But I think once we're there, I think you take the money off the table, put it in your pocket, and you let the FOMOers deal with it. Once we're up there. Oh yeah, keep on going. Oh my God, I'm gonna be so fucking rich today. It's not even funny. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow or today. Do we reverse to the downside? Likely not. We're likely going to like pin around. I think we pin like 590 today. Let me see if I can answer your question right now. Let me just check and see if this guy's watching the stream right now. We should pin in here, like pin 90 and then ramp into the bell tomorrow. Oh, you're drinking sangria, you lucky dog. You dirty dog, you. Hold on here. Where is he at here? LH. Ink Tedder, guys. Give me one quick second here, guys. Sorry about that. I got to talk to somebody here. They trying to park us in now. All right, let's help out the free stream here. Let's do some rules and tools. We're gonna snap a bar on 1:30. We're gonna snap a bar back here at 1 p.m. Okay, right there. We're gonna look back over here. Here's 12:30. So have a look. See over here. 12:30. Nice little pump. Nice little pump to 1:30. Sitting on R2 right now. Let's see if we can get short here. Looks like we can get short. Hold on a second. Or maybe, I don't know if we'd be getting short particularly, but. Make that yellow. Got a high, a lower high.
Enter marks to reporters.
Watch out here. Trump just stopped his speech just now. Give me a second here, guys. 11:30. Oof. Hell yeah, brother. I just read your note, man. We're sitting right on 590 right now. We know there's going to be supply here. Remember, zeros and fives. We did just get the new low here. There is something to look at here. We could give back here. Hold on a second here, guys. Excuse me. $11.13 this morning. This yellow line that I've got right here. See this yellow line, this pivot point? It's possible we trade this. Watch out below. That kind of looks kind of wonky, doesn't it? They still need to close this out here. Still need to close the door here. Door's still not shut. Not only that, we still have the 5-minute trigger here. We're not done yet. Not just yet, gang. We're still sitting here. You want to see the door get closed. You want to see the buyers weak. The short is actually over here. Not yet. You got to be really careful here. The buyers are still in control. Well, not buyers, but they haven't closed their calls. They're not gonna. You want to see if we can catch the roll. If you want to get short, you have to wait. You want to see some red candles. Waiting for a rejection here. I should make this not solid here. Make that more of a dotted line. I do think we hold this, to be honest with you. I think we trade this like sideways into the close. I think we're going to trade this sideways and then kind of the same action tomorrow, and then we ramp the close tomorrow. Maybe they do it today. I think we're going to wear out all the supply between today and tomorrow, though, on 590. I'm not necessarily bearish here at all. This is probably a good fly. You could probably take out a nice fly here for today and tomorrow and close it. A nice condor would be good here today too, like right in here. Yeah, maybe not. I could be wrong on that. We have plenty of room to run here. We're still grinding. What we should do here is, I think we're just taking a breather. Just like keep grinding this whole thing out. I don't know if we can get up there tomorrow. It'd be wild if we could. Let's look at that really quick. If we did grind up there Wednesday, the 26th of February at 9:30. Hang tight, guys. Let me just check this out really quick. Make sure I got this right. Wednesday, 26th at 10:30. Yeah, that's right where I've got us going. Sorry, I'm this red line up here is that time frame. I think I got this right. I don't think we're going down. I think we're just gonna keep pumping all the way up into this tomorrow. Sorry about that, guys. I was just checking time here. Like, is this something that's worth shorting? Or I guess that was my big question. Was I'll put this back in a 1 minute for you. I don't think you should short this. I would not buy puts here. I think we continue higher. Just resting bitch face. I've got us going to the 11:30 hour, which is way down here. If we do roll, that's where we should go. Should get pretty fucking bloody. That puts us down to 587.42. We can go down there. It's not like we can't go down there. I mean, we're on trend at least. Here, let's look at this with me, guys. So this is trend into tomorrow. I mean, we can theoretically. Sorry, none of this stuff matches up when I go from time frame to time frame, but I mean, theoretically, we can go all the way down here. We can go all the way down to this hourly trigger and still be fine. And that hourly trigger is yeah, right down here. There might still be a chance to buy a dip. There might be another trade in here. I don't mean they might just leave you behind here, but if you wanted to buy a dip, if we make any trip back to the hourly trigger, I would be buying it. I'll buy it with you. I'll add 0-day to 1-day calls with you. Yeah. Yeah, if we trade down to the hourly trigger at any point today or tomorrow, we're longing the fuck out of it. With 0 dates, we're gonna get degenerate. I don't know if they'll let us though. They may not let us go down. This is probably it's not probably, but there's a possibility that we're at the phase where they just leave you behind. We just stay above the 1 minute and 5 minute and run all the way up. If there was a chance, excuse me, if there was a chance to buy the dip on SPX, it would be 58.90.79. I think, or 58, just do 58.90. Probably, yeah. I think it's 58.90.79 if there was a chance to buy a dip. But I wouldn't be doing puts. Not like I got like part of me is like, yeah, you could probably get some puts, but I think the better trade is just buying the dip. If we even go there. I can't guarantee that they're going to let us go down, is my point. And just trade us sideways on 90 and then ramp us in a day tomorrow. Short gold, long SPY. I'm pretty bearish on gold right now. There's two ways for me to get bearish on gold. The first one would be rate cuts. Would be one. The second one would be I think I'll get bullish on. I don't think we're done with being bullish on gold. I just don't think we're there yet. We need more. We need like more war uncertainty. You need like the negotiations to break down between China and the U.S., which they likely will as time passes. But they've put a pause on it for now. I don't like when I was talking to a friend yesterday, and we are discussing how much time does Trump have left to continue on this path that we're on, and he doesn't have a lot of time. So I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily I'm hawkish and bearish still, like extremely bearish and hawkish on all of this. But the question becomes, when does the next shoe drop? I think that's the bigger question, right? Like when does trade war? You got like how many of you guys out there traded Trump 1.0? Like it was wild. Like everything would be great, and then all of a sudden things weren't great for a few weeks, and we'd blast down to the depths of hell, and then everything was great again. So I guess I'm just waiting for that next shoe to drop, you know? Every time I come into major resistance, I'm like, yeah, they're going to drop some bad news. Trade war going horrible again. Gold will start ramping again. He's got 85 days. I've looked at it a few times, how many days he's got left. he's gonna enter a period, I think, of I think like there'll be a period during the midterms where you got to see where he's sitting or what Wall Street thinks, and they won't listen to him for that period, and then depending on the outcome of midterms, he'll be relevant or not again. So he doesn't have a lot of time left, is my point. And if that's the case, then I would expect a little bit of fucking crazy between now and then. If he has to get done what he wants to get done, he's on the clock, right? If I was Trump, that's what I would think. I would be like, hey, I've only got so much time here where what I say matters and making deals. This happened to Obama to an extent. Obama like fought tooth and nail for healthcare, and he had a bunch of other shit on his docket that he wanted to get passed. And even within his own party, by the time we got to the midterms, he was fighting with Democrats over deals. What happens is these people, they're all greedy, right? All these politicians, I don't care what party they are. It can be any party you fucking want. It doesn't matter. Maybe a few guys aren't, but most of these people are there for power and money. And not only that, for their constituency. So you have to think in terms of you want, like, President whoever, it doesn't matter who it is, President Obama, you want this, you have so much pull and weight, and then as we come into the midterms, maybe you don't. I need you to help me for me to help you, kind of a thing. And maybe you won't have any power in a few months or a month or two. Right now, it looks like you're losing power for me to do what you want me to do. I need something for my people and probably for myself too, right? And so a little bit of that slips in as we get closer to the midterms and the elections. And and this is what happens in the United States is that we have these speed bumps, and these aren't rules or laws. These are speed bumps from how long you're elected and how long is your party in power. And that does impact how these guys operate. So like Trump needs that resolve, right? If I was Trump, I'd be telling myself a few things. I'd be like, hey, I've only got so much time. And the market looks like shit. You pump it up for a little bit, but I want to get back in there. And the market looks great right now, right? Trading 590.28. So he has some, like the consumer is still good. The data is still good, right? The data is still good. The consumer is still good. Stock market looks good. He has that ability right now to pull a wild card, right? Wake up over the weekend and trade wars back on again. Seriously. There's likely people around him that tell him this, like, you have time, or everything looks great. You saved the market again. Go out there and destroy it again. Bring more volatility and that kind of stuff to the market. But there is a moment where he may not matter anymore. That's why I'm asking how many days, and Uncle JBJ's got it. He's like 85 days. That's what he's got. Yeah, there's a clock on him, 100%. And I got to give him credit. I got to give Trump credit because what he's done to this point is speed run, right? Knowing that the clock is running. It's like throw shit on the wall everywhere and see what sticks. Because what happens is your time runs out, right? People get tired. They're like, that's it. You're out. You got to save for the next election, buddy. Sorry. We want to break faster than the last time. Then there's another part to this, too. There's like some agency stuff. I can do it better than you. And you could see Democrats do that. If the Democrats ever did that he could be in some trouble, but I don't know that they would do that. I think they're too dumb. They need their agency, though. That's how they could win. If they were going to win, that's how they would win. They would say, you know what? This is what America wants. No problem. But we think we can do it better. We'll do it all above board. We won't throw shit against the wall. We won't break the rules. We'll let you know as we go along the way. That's how they could win. In a minute, they would win. But they won't do that. They're trying to roll us here. We might be able to get this. We might be able to get this drawdown here at the end of the day. So they're trying again to roll us to the downside. If you wanted to pick up some puts, it's looking a little bit better for you. We've got a few it could be a slow roll though. We had the low right here at 130. They need to catch another low by 2.
According to military, Russia deploys 640,000 troops in war against Ukraine.
They need to get this new low like right now. If they can't get it, we're going to ramp. So let's watch this closely here. They're trying. There is supply at 90. We know that already. They're gonna sell into this number. Or not they, but people buying, selling zeros and fives, predetermined. Let's make that a solid line there.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, he's got signed deal on paper. I don't think there's a deal. This is what all of this pausing negotiations with China. The only deal that should be there is no deal. I'm not even a Trumper. There we got the new low. They are trying to roll us down. Just a note, if they do roll us down, we're going to trade. I will likely trade. I want to say 587.40. We can trade that fine and be fine here. And still be going up. I'm not a Trumper at all, but if I was a Trumper, and if I'm following the plan that I think that he's following, there is no deal with China. Now, I don't think it should happen all at once. I wouldn't try to do it all at once. You don't want to destroy. You don't want to go to war. But the first thing is this: ultimately, you don't want a hot war, and that's what can happen when you're in trade warfare. They oftentimes turn into Cold War. What happens is you have tit for tat. It's called laddering. In warfare, it's called laddering. And what happens is we go from a dispute. Let's say you don't like something about me. Cap, you're doing this wrong. I don't know. You didn't do this for me. And I try to fix it. That's called the dispute, right? You fix it, you work on it, try to get better, whatever it is. But sometimes you go beyond that, or one of the two parties does not have a dispute. One of the two parties wants ultimately to end that relationship that you have. So you might be trying to fix a dispute with one of the two parties where the other isn't. And so when you don't see Trump laying out specifically what is wrong, it's telling you that he wants war. He wants a trade war. If there was only a dispute, you would hear specific, line by line by line. We have a problem with this, 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 and this. And we need these things fixed. And what that does is it gives an opportunity to the person that you have a dispute with to fix those things. Or say, no, maybe I'll wait. Right? But I'm either going to fix it or I'm not. Or I'll wait you out until the next election, bro. And so that dispute can grow or will grow if someone wants warfare, which I think that's what Trump wants. my assumption here is that the goal is to move manufacturing back to the United States or one of our vassal states. I shouldn't say that like that, but that's what it is. That's the truth. You want to bring back manufacturing either to the United States or to Mexico, potentially, or countries around Mexico, Colombia, places like that, right? Or you want to keep them there, but the IP stuff and all that, you'd want to keep them there but not use their labor, right? Maybe in China, but that doesn't make any sense, does it?
At 5:02 p.m. Eastern Time, FedSpar gives opening remarks.
The only reason we were ever in China was because of
opening remarks at the 2025 Northeast Mid-Atlantic Small Business Credit Symposium. We'll see if we can find a video and we'll put it out on the feed if we do find one.
The only reason that we're in China was because of cheap labor and ease of access to rare, not just rare, but like commodities. I want to say like rare earths and stuff, but it's more than just that. It's like material, cheap material, ease of access to it, and then the workers. So if these guys think that they can get material elsewhere, right, and the inputs elsewhere, and robot manufacturing and cheap labor, that's part of what NAFTA was all about. MC or the whatever the trade deal is now, but the idea was that we have preferred trading partners. And of course, Mexico circumvented that with in-name only companies that are actually Chinese manufacturers working within Mexico. We want Mexico to do that work, right? I think that's the thesis, and not actually China. We don't want to give up our IP, and we're likely possibly going to war with China over Taiwan, right? And China has their own things they want to do, right? China wants to lead the world, right? They're building a navy, giant navy, right? Huge navy. What is that for? It's to control the sea, right? That's what it is, right? You control the sky, you control the sea, you control trade. And so I think the U.S. sees that. I don't think it's just Trump either. I think it's like everybody sees that.
The event is closed to press, but
the only question is, how do we get there?
Recording of Bar that we released at 2:05.
And how soon do we get there? And what's the damage that's done as we get there? So we are rolling right now. We've got a bear plane forming on the 1 and 5 minute trigger above. We do have a target down below. Put your seatbelts on. Target down below of 587.31. Still on track to go to the upside, but we have a little bit of weakness here. Catching a new low here at 589.43. We're going to try to close out this bear plane finally. I've taken a couple stabs at it. We are trading 590. We know there's a bunch of supply here, so they're going to continue to try to send us back into the downside. Market can easily absorb a trip down to the hourly trigger. If we get down there, I'm going to try to get long with some more calls for tomorrow. But like this whole China thing is like, is it over is the bigger question, right? Is the war done? Likely not. Is it paused? Yes. You don't want to do it all at once. This stuff takes time. And you want to go through normal. You don't want it to expand into open warfare. So you kind of have to like, you rip the Band-Aid off, but you don't rip it all off at once. You kind of go slow. Like, that hurt? Okay. I'll give you a few minutes to absorb that. A little bit more, and you rip a little bit more off over time. So I don't think you do it quickly, but there is a timeline, and there is a deadline. And I think we've done some irreparable harm, too, along the way. We've definitely done some harm to our allies, I think for good reason. Could be wrong. I know that has to happen to some extent. When you look at like World War I and World War II, when you look at those wars, right? Churchill came on his knees begging for help to the United States, and they were about to capitulate to Germany. And when you're negotiating and someone's coming for your help, you get to make the rules, right? And then when we come into an armistice of some kind after a world war, you're negotiating at the end of a war, right? So you're like, hey, we're going to rebuild and help you out and this and that. We're going to do this for you or not do this. Remember World War I, we famously penalized Germany, and they devolved into World War II, right? That war never really ended, did it? We kind of like tied their hands behind their back. And to some extent, that led or was one of the reasons why we were led into World War II, at least in Europe. So when you think about right now and where we are with the world, the U.S. likely wants to renegotiate with our allies if we're going to go into the possibility of going into some form of war. Trade war, Cold War, hot war with China, or if there's who actually controls the sea? Is it us? Is it them? Is it China? Is it the United States? Who is it? And I don't think the U.S. is willing to give that up easily. They're going to do it with a fight. We have many instances of other countries.
Again, opening remarks only.
That were unwilling to give up the sea, right? England comes to mind, doesn't it? France, Spain, they all fought for
supply disruptions could and raise inflation.
Who controls the sea? And I think that's
so. Fed's also says,
why would we
solid footing?
Hold on here.
Inflation heading to 2%. So trade
voice news disconnected.
Like, why would we give that up now or later? And we have this shift in our economy, right? We're moving from an industrial-based society with labor, human labor, to robots and AI and stuff like that, right? So I don't think trade war is over yet, is my point. And you don't want it to spiral out of control either. So you're going to get moments of reprieve like we have right now. But I think it's easy for us to wake up at any moment, at any day this year, and trade war's back on again. And the market is doing what? Straight down. And we still haven't priced in for moving from uncertainty into damage to our economy. There should be damage at some point down the road in the future. We're not there yet. We don't see it in any of the data, hard data. The only place we see it is in soft data, right? You and I, how we feel about this, what we think about this. They're still holding on. Well, it's not necessarily a Pyrrhic victory. So what should happen in this situation is I understand the concept of this, like what's going on, and the reason the market goes up right now is because we print money. That's what we do. Like we devalue the dollar. When we print more money, right, the market's going to go higher, right? You need more dollar bills to get something done. If we're not printing money and our GDP is based on our own like manufacturing, and we change our import to exports ratio, right? We're exporting more goods and services out of the United States than we're taking in. You don't need that many dollars anymore, do you? So they should at some point they should continue to suck money out of the system, would be my point. There'd be more QT, believe it or not. So as you suck that money out of the system, the price of Apple no longer needs to be that high. Does that make sense? With less dollars in the system, it's not quite a Pyrrhic victory. It's just that you don't need that. You don't need those fake dollars anymore. We're not printing money. There's more value in the dollar, even though it's going to be lower. It's hard to explain, but So you have to reprice the stock market, don't you? Or theoretically, eventually, you'd have to reprice the stock market. We're not there though yet. So, and I'm sure that the U.S. is like that whole like exceptionalism and when do we go to the depths of hell? Usually, it's the last possible moment. It's the same thing as COVID is a recent prime example. Market just kept going higher and higher and higher until the last fucking minute. And we'll do that here, or we have the potential to do that here, to keep going higher until the last possible second, when things heat up even more, when a trade war becomes more gnarly. The only success for Russia is capturing and integrating populations of Ukraine. Yeah, they're in a war footing, right? A war economy. They can't stop that war economy. They're going to implode if they do. My thought here is that in the background that they're being offered to join Western society. If it was me, that's what I would be doing. I'd be like, yeah, you can either join us, or we're going to crush you in this war with China. You either have to be their vassal or ours. I don't think there's an out for Russia. I think they're probably the biggest loser of the three. I don't even think they're a contender. I think it's basically China, U.S. for right now. I don't want to talk about all the other bad shit that could happen, which would take both China and Russia out, or China and the U.S. out, but we're not there yet to talk about that. And I think Russia, to some extent, or not Russia, I think China, to some extent, thinks that they can stop this process, or they would cave at this point. That's the other thing here too. Is like, Russia or China can cave to this, but I think in their view they can influence our elections and they still have a chance to like reverse some of this stuff. Or it turns into war. There aren't too many choices here. Yeah, I don't think Russia has an economy. I think Russia has to join either the West or they don't have to necessarily join the West. But it'd be brutal. If they didn't. They need that reconstruction money without a doubt. Yeah, I'm with you on that, doggone it. They're just not giving this up, man, at all. I wish they would. If they would give this up, we can buy one dates, make even better money than spreads. Like this is where I'd like to see us go, right down here. I don't know if they're going to give us that though. Like it's when you like want something to happen, it never happens, does it? Just grind us out into the close here. You're saying that the EU is lying to him about helping. I didn't understand. I was trying to figure out what happened last week or like 2 weeks or not. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago. I was scratching my head when Zelensky was in the Oval Office. He's got a 1 million-man army, and Europe's got another 1 million. That's 2 million, and he's got combat seasoned troops. That's not to be taken lightly. When you have a full army that's combat ready. The thing that weirded me out was that like Zelensky is Europe. If you think about Europe right now, who has the strongest army in Europe? It's Ukraine. They have the strongest military in Europe right now. You combine that with the rest of Europe, and they're a superpower. I think the U.S. wants that. I think they want that solidification of Europe as a superpower to be our partner to fight China. And I think the same thing holds true with Mexico. And the reason we discuss, like, hey, we're going to take the Panama Canal and Colombia is because of war with China. If we break out into a hot war with China, we need that access. We need access to minerals in Greenland, and we need people to build shit for us, right? Make goods for us. We're likely going to need the partnership of Europe. To fight Russia, right? No more than likely, you're going to have to take out China and Russia, or at least be a threat to Russia to not get involved. Yeah, I don't. I think the intent is not to have a two-front war. So if it was me and I was planning this, I would attempt to strengthen Europe and make sure that Europe tells Russia, you fuck around and we're gonna come for you as a whole, like Ukraine, all of Western Europe, and you kind of keep Russia out of it. If you can do that, and then you go after China, and what we're doing that right now. I don't know if you guys know that, but we're rebuilding bases on decrepit islands all over Southeast Asia to invariably move into a Cold War. This is something where it's like the Berlin Wall all over again in Southeast Asia. So we build up troops, right? And we stop China from expansion. That's what you do. You keep them, in Southeast Asia, because most of those countries would turn to China. So they would be on, they'd be part of like the Eastern Bloc, I guess, right? And then we would have the jump points from Japan and Australia and all these little tiny islands that we have. Now that could turn into proxy wars in Africa. It could turn into proxy wars in Southeast Asia. It may never be a direct war. There are all kinds of other outcomes here for how that warfare is waged before it turns into something greater. But you definitely want Russia out of the picture. You don't want to have to fight both of those wars. We're going down right now, boys and girls. We're heading lower. We've got confirmation here of a bear cross coming up, bear plane, excuse me, on a 1 in 5 minute basis. We're trying to get lower here. We'll see if we can get down a little bit, maybe. Got this, looking for this one right here. See if we can catch that one next. And we got one more underneath it. Trying to get all the way down here. Remember that we're on a 1 minute chart. We're not. This isn't a daily bar chart. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to go potty really quick. There's a nice gap down here that needs closed, like all this right here. I don't know if we can close the entire move. I think the 1130, the 1130, 1123. There is the potential to go all the way down here and then bounce back up. Something like that. Trend is right here. Remember, when we're on trend, all we need to be doing is going up and to the right. We can trade above it. We can trade below it. As long as we're in here, we're still on trend. United Health Group shares plunged 13% on a report of the DOJ probe into possible Medicare fraud. Shares down 49%. Total for the year. How do we get to Ukraine as the bad guy and Putin is the good guy? It's likely not public. It likely has to do with negotiating a deal favorable to Trump or the White House or whatever. When I was in the military, there was a lot of what civilians argued about was not what was going on behind the scenes. So like if we're discussing like who's the bad guy, who's the good guy or whatever, it's probably due to something else that's not being discussed. It's like for you and I to fight about in public or something. Like I always feel like we're plebs. I always feel like the military like really fucked me. When I was like a regular soldier, I didn't really think about this stuff, but once I was sitting in the right rooms, I realized how not just the right rooms, but the right place and the right time in different places. You kind of like see what's really going on behind the scenes versus what's told to the public. So there's like something for our consumption as a civilian is completely different than what's going on. It's usually the direct opposite of what's going on behind the scenes. That's why I always feel weird talking this stuff publicly because I'm like, we're probably not even discussing the right thing. A day off? What am I being off on? Didn't I didn't I say it specifically? We're going to ramp up into 496 or 596 on Friday. Isn't that tomorrow? Or are you saying it's supposed to be one straight line? Or are you on a 1 minute chart? What are you on? I'm going to show you a month chart. It's one straight line up. What chart are you going to show it to you on? Monthly? You want a monthly? You want to see the fucking green bar that goes straight up? I'll show you a straight up line. You want to see it? Hold on. Give me a second. Give me one second here. Here you go. There you go. I'm going to ram a bar up your ass into OpEx. There it is. Do you see it? It's a big, giant, fucking green bar. Straight up. You want me to fucking draw a minute chart for you with like the zigs and zags? Or is an hourly basis enough? Here, I'll bring the tweet up for you. Do you want me to read the tweet to you? There it is right there. Green fucking bar. There it is. On a free stream. It's right there. Do you see red in there? I don't see any fucking red, do you? This is green. It's all green. What time frame? How can I help you? Can I do? Should I do a different time frame? You want weekly? I think I specifically said OpEx next week. Next week, Friday. That's today. I'll show you. You want me to show you the date on the tweet? What do you want me to do? I'll show it to you right now. I got no problem showing it. Or are you one of those guys that's like, we only go up and we only go down? It goes vertical, bro, up or down. That's what it does, right? We're on a 1 minute chart here, though. We could trade it. You guys want to trade a 10-second chart? I can show you how I can be a winner every single trade if you want. We can trade 1 minute or 10-second charts. We can trade just the consolidation move, like 10 bars, 9 bars. We can do like 6 bars. Look like a rock star every time. Literally every time. Be a winner like 10 out of 10 times trading. We can do that if you want. I guess that would be the same thing, right? Like in a monthly candle and like a 10-second chart, you're always right. My calls look good. I'm in some call spreads. Posted the open in the Discord. Are you in the Discord? Did you get long with me yesterday in the Discord? You should be rich right now, bro. You should be filthy fucking rich right now. Right where we are, right here. You should be rich. You should just be burned. You should have just closed at 90. You'd be filthy fucking rich. I post those trades. Open and the close. Trading 589.35. We're 70 cents or 65 cents below at 590. Looks like we're crashing. Some of the chat here thinks that we're crashing right now. Bro, we're trading 30 cents under 590, man. I always like that. I always like, oh, bro, we're going down, man. Like, where the fuck did you enter? I bought 590. It's only uppies, bro. When zero dates. Want 595 like right now at this moment. When you're in positive gamma, you're better off buying spreads than you are opening zero dates. Not always, but it's easier in positive gamma. You don't get these big directional moves. Dealers are trying to murder the chain. So personally, I don't like zero dates. I just like spreads, any kind of excess down move. We got 2 of those yesterday. We had one more in pre-market this morning, I think. Fake futures. So I think we've had some good opportunities to get long. If you're looking for an opportunity to get long, maybe we can scream at the price to go down to the hourly to buy it. And we'll just sit here and watch it go up again. This is what's got to be, right? Do you want me to take a trade with you publicly? You probably shouldn't, though. If I did, too many people take the trade and they get counter-traded. Too many of us all in the same fucking trade. Uh-oh. We're going back to where you bought calls, bro. We're heading back up top again. Are you getting long here? Are you in puts? Are you short? Are you getting long here? I think we're just sucking in bears. I'm still long. You want to know? I haven't closed anything. I mean, I've closed a bunch of SPY shit, but I've got call spreads for tomorrow. I haven't closed those out yet. I'm patient. I'm gonna go coast to coast with them. And then I'm gonna show you that bar. That bar is gonna be like a 2-day bar. Green. It's gonna be green. I'm gonna show you the line up. Top. 596. 70. To the pin strike. And I'll just slap the backboard. You're nervous? Don't be nervous. This is probably the least nervous I can be. The market is literally on... I'm not joking. The market is literally mechanical right now. When we go into OPEX, it's literally... It's exactly. 45 Forever's got it exactly correct. The market is literally on rails and nothing will stop it here. It would take something unknown at this point. Like it would have to be like something that 0 people know about. 100% 45. If there was a time of month, like if there was a time of month where you don't have to do shit, it's right now. Exactly 45. Like nothing stops this fucking train. No bear, no nothing. They'll do something afterwards. Like if something unknown dropped, the moment we're done with OPEX, they'll do something. But this is their market. And you're not going to take it off the rails. There's nothing you can do to take it off the rails. It's not your market. You don't own it. The banks own it. And they have a plan for where it's going in advance. And those fucking spreads, they'll do anything to print that shit. They'll buy, they'll dump, they don't care. They're going to print that shit right into OPEX. Tell them 45. They don't believe me. I'm shocked that they don't know this. Hey, look at that! Right back to the seat of the crowd. Did you get long? Did you guys get a chance to get long down there? They gave you a chance. I didn't add anything. I want it to be way down here for me to add anything. I want like Doom. I want way down here for me to add anything else. Otherwise, I just sit in my position. Then I'm going to count my dollars as we move into tomorrow and Friday. I think there's some people that know that we're on the, like, I know 45 Forever knows, Condor LVR probably knows, John L probably knows, right? 45? I mean, I don't get it, man. I try to keep them entertained all day long, 45. I can only tell them so many times that we're going up. They're like, well, bro, we just went down for 5 minutes. You're wrong. It's vertical. Has to be only up. So we did have a window of weakness this morning before open with retail sales. Do you guys understand these? Like, there's like windows of weakness or opportunity where the market is free to move. This morning we had a small one with retail sales. It was pretty much the last volatility that we know about that's scheduled. The next window of opportunity, depending upon price, is going to be next week. So there's some mechanics going on here. So depending upon where price is, listen closely here. Depending upon where price is as we finish OpEx, will trigger or not trigger rolling of positions. So if you're a guy if you guys see 45 Forever, he's in our Discord chatting right now. A guy like him is constantly adjusting their position in the market. And that position can be bullish and bearish. Shocker, right? They can take wide positions in the market depending upon where we are. And they may move a position depending upon where price is on OpEx for what? Quarterly expiry, which is coming up, right? And we also have, so you've got like quarterly stuff, and then you've got monthly stuff, right? So these guys trade general seasonality, and they trade with the market momentum, and they trade usually on much higher time frames. And normally they're looking for dates, specific dates where there's available contracts, right? They're released. They can do it for a year, 6 months, 3 months, a month, a week, a day if you're a degenerate, right? But these guys, like most of the market doesn't work on a day-to-day basis. They work normally on a month-to-month or quarterly basis, right? Normally, roughly. So you're looking for these dates, like these OpEx dates in particular, month end, and you're looking for specific flows to come into the market or not come into the market. And then you're going to look for the behavior that takes place if those things happen. So in this case, particularly, we will trigger flows higher. So if you're looking for buyers to enter the market, like CTAs, COTs, LOs, you name it, all the players, we need to be higher or we need to be lower. Does that make sense? So right now we have a lot of people that are non-participants. In particular, in this case, guess who's not a participant? Retailers. Retailers are taking the money and running where we are right now. They started taking the money when we hit 89.30 or 15, that 2 days ago. It was the first place where people are taking money off the table, specifically retailers. So I want you to think about that as we come into this OpEx. You need retailers. If I'm a hedge fund or a bank or something, I need you to be the bag holder at some point. And you're not a bag holder right now. So I need to get price to a point where you want to buy and where you feel good about buying. And that's likely higher, isn't it? Or you're going to feel better buying lower. So we either need to back off from this trade and go lower to find the support of retailers, or we need to trade higher to find your support to make you a bag holder, one or the other. So what does matter about this OpEx is where do we close? Where's closing price? Now it's usually on a 0 or a 5. So we're trading 590 right now. We could close tomorrow at 585. We could close at 595. And normally that move normally takes place the last 10 minutes. We could actually go down. We could trade 595 today, 596, trade down to 590 tomorrow, and then down into 585. That's possible. You have to be at least aware of that, right? And where are we parked right now? Where are we parked? Parked on 90, aren't we? We're like just hanging out at 90 right now. So we want to know, though, tomorrow what happens. If we trade up and into 596 or even higher, I would think that would be the top, 596.70 to be exact. But that could trigger you to buy calls for next month. And we want to be watching that stuff. And most of this is mechanical. People are like rolling their positions. Do you think we're going up? Ask yourself that question. You should be asking yourself that question. Do you think we're going up in June? Do you think we're going up into the first week of July? Do you? And are you positioning yourself today or tomorrow for that move? Could you get better positioning next week? Or if you don't take the position or roll your position today or tomorrow, do you have to chase? Do you give chase to the upside if we can keep going higher? Or do you wait for a better deal next week, week after, or whatever? And will there be any opportunity to get that deal? I say yes. You're likely going to get a chance. There should be some weekly low in June. A weekly low, you can probably score a pretty decent trade. But ask yourself that question heading into this close tomorrow, into this OpEx. If we're trading 596.70, are you really bullish? Is your outlook that we're going to go to all-time highs? Are you rolling your positions? Maybe you're like, well, I'm not that guy, Cap. I trade intraday, or I don't care where we go. I live and die by the zero dates, bro. Or I'd only trade futures, or I only do this or that. That might be true, but that's not how the market works. You're working within how the market works, which is, trades that are monthly or quarterly. And so a little bit of this price action here, or therefore some of this price action here is tied or wrapped into OpEx, and you're not going to stop it. Even though you might not trade that shit or follow it or care or whatever, it doesn't matter. The rest of the market does operate on this. Not only that, but dealers operate on this too. They try to unwind positions whenever they can, especially on OpExes or month ends or as new flows come in or don't come into the market. They adapt to those new flows. And you're going to expect those things on OpEx, first of the month, end of month kind of stuff. So you try to get out of the way. That's what you do. And whoever posted that, get out of the way, and get out of the way when we're on OPEX. Now, you're also trying to identify windows of weakness. They're not really weak. It's a bad misnomer. It's a misnomer for what it really is. There's opportunity for volatility at certain times of the month. And they're usually tied into specific events, or you're looking forward to those events. Like retail sales normally is a bear trade. You guys know this? Like, if you're a bear out there, retail sales is usually a pretty good trade for bears to get some volatility. What are some other volatile events? Vixpiration is typically volatile. Vixpiration, we can trade all the way down to the depths of hell and be right back to the price 2 days before. It can happen leading up into Vixpiration or even the day after Vixpiration, depending upon where the VIX is. You ever notice when we go into, if you guys go back and look at Vixpiry, right? If you go back and look at the last year's Vixpiry on your own chart at home and snap a line on every one of those Vixpiration dates and look at where VIX is in relation and where the stock market, or what is the behavior of the stock market around that date. What are some other ones? Unemployment. It's a good one, right? Unemployment number is a big one, right? GDP is a good one. I mean, we have like events that go on. FOMC is another one, right? So we have these windows of potential for price movement up or down. They're not necessarily always down, but there's windows of opportunity. So you want to know where price is going to into OPEX. And then you want to look at the upcoming month and say, hey, where are opportunities possibly to get short or long on these potential events? And sometimes we trade down into them even if they're not bad events. It's called front-running vol. You ever heard of that? Front-running vol? I really don't care if we get a bad number or not. We're going to sell the market down into the event. If it goes down and you as the degenerate get lucky, that's one thing. But the market doesn't care about that stuff. The market front runs that volatility in advance, normally. So you're just looking for those opportunities to get long if you can, or to sell into in prior to those events too, if you can. That's right. And the gamma will get more dynamic into tomorrow too, right? 45, tell them that. Tell them that gamma is going to go fucking crazy in the next 2 days. Well, as we come into expiry tomorrow, right up into 4 p.m. Yeah, so you want to try to look for those things, like look for dates, events, data. You don't really care what the data is, to be honest. I don't really care what the news is. I don't really care like what specifically it is. I really don't give a fuck. But it fills time. And they mark usually tops or bottoms, or the ability to get a dip. Hey, if we maybe catch a dip this morning, we've got some news coming out at 8:30 that should be terrible. Or we got some great news coming up end of month here. We got to trade up into that great news, that potential great news. You like the StopX? Yeah, nothing's stopping this train. There ain't shit. Okay, let me take a quick potty break here, and I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'm back with you guys. Give me a few minutes here. Come on, come on, come on. Authenticate. Authenticate. Why is that off? LB had a nice run. LB is cooling off a little bit though. LB A-Lab's up 2%. They look like they're resting bitch face right now. So doesn't LB. A-Lab did good. RBK ran away. SCZL already ran away. LB is like, LB wants to break out so bad. It's been smashing up at that $85 for like it did it once in December, once in January, once in March again. You know, it did sell on a high on that looks like their OPEXs it did. Beginning end of month too. REBN. Let me look at it. Oh my God, REBN, Reborn Coffee. This is the trading like a penny stock trade. This shit was insane. This is a good stock. Well, I shouldn't talk about this stock again. This thing cranks. We traded this once a while ago. We traded this. It went from $1.18 to not $8.77. It had no business going there. Yes, it does. I wouldn't buy it here. I would just set an alert down on. I mean, it's fairly $1.58. Yeah, $1.50. Yeah, right around there. Blackout about $1.50. I would set an alert a little bit higher, maybe $1.93. I'd start getting interested again. It's a killer. It's a killer stock. It trades baller, doesn't it? I mean, from lows. I mean, talking about a 900% move every time it moves. I don't want to talk about it on the show though because it's slightly under. I think it needs to be cheaper, to be honest with you. Yeah, $1.50, brother. It's a killer stock. It beats the S&P 500. I wonder if like LB, if it like continues to rip, but they sell it on after OpEx. Every one of these major highs, there was a major high on November 27th, November 8th, 27th, or it started to top there. I wonder if it's going to break out or not. That's another good trader stock. Every time it gets down to like $60, it just gets bought up again, bought up again. I wonder if it's going to break out though. Yeah, it's one of the like the REBN. We looked at it once before, and it was like a tiny ass coffee company. It like has no business trading $9 at all. Like just doesn't belong there. Give me the super ramp into the bell. Super ramp into the bell. Rip it. Hang tighter, guys. I got to do some work in the background. Coming into sour or power hour. GME. I'll do GME. Hold on. Give me a second here. GME. Like this stock. Yeah, we are near OpEx, right? This thing likes to move on OpEx, doesn't it? Let me look. Well, you've got a series of lower highs on velocity on the weekly. That's not good. It is being accumulated on a monthly basis. Still has some more up to go, but I don't like the. Let me just look at this really quick. Hang tight here. Jesus. The GME, it's a tough one to read right now. You probably don't want to hear what I want to tell you here. I think what you're going to do is I think you might be able to close that gap up there at 32.40. But I think you're coming in for a second leg down on it. On a weekly basis, I'm not too bulled up. So on the short term, I'm bullish on GME. On the midterm, I'm not. I'm kind of bearish on it. Maybe you trade 32.5. On a weekly basis, it's looking pretty ugly. It's not there yet, but I think you're going to get a major low again. I think I don't know if you'll see $10, but we could just change the candle here. Do you want to just change the candle? We can do that. Here, we'll just change the candle. Here, it's green. We're going up. There we go. Rest of the show will just be the green bar all day long. That's all it'll be for you. We'll just do a 4-hour candle here, 4-hour pump. It's called the 4-hour pump show. There goes your green line. Just green all day long. There ain't no red. That's all it is, green. I'm going to check what? So GME, I think you trade 32. I think there's some doom coming, and I don't know why. Your weekly velocity on a daily basis is kind of weak. All right, so GME bullish to 32.5. Next one you wanted was what? TIGR and Baba. I thought I did Baba already. Didn't I do Baba? I thought I did Baba. Didn't I post? Wait a minute here. I swore I did Baba. Hold on, let me check. Let me look for it. Did I do it here? Hold on here. Let me see if I can find it. I swore I charted out Baba. Oh, yeah, baby. I did chart it out. Woohoo! You want to see what I charted? I charted this out. Here, hold on. I charted this whole fucking thing out. I charted out the what's that? We going up? Which way? 45. Which way are we going, bro? We going that way? Check this out. You guys want to see something cool? Let's see how horrible Captain Jim James is. Worst guy ever. How dare you? I watch your stream, your free stream all day long, and you tell me where stuff is going. Okay. I had you on Baba coming up here. Oh. Whoop. Hold on here. Wait. So this is what I charted for you before it happened. Here on this show. I think I had us going up once more. But before it happened, what did I say to you? Well, I said, yeah, you might get this 1-2 pump show, but we're going down, right? Where did we trade? And we traded down like a bad donkey, didn't we? So if you took that Baba trade, congratulations, you're probably rich. I do have us buying this, though. I do have us buying this dip here, but I would still like to see that gap get closed. They might not close it. I don't like, and there's this shit down here that needs closed too. But I didn't have us closing that other shit until farther in time. I'd be interested in a long here. The only thing I would say to you on this is that you're looking for, the only thing that I would say to you on this is that you're looking for signs of life first. So let's look at this closer. We knew we were going to get this big down move here, but the bigger question is, hold on here. Got to stop this thing from moving back and forth. I'd still like to see some like signs of life. So I think this is the same thing with SPY. If we get the rollover in SPY, like we go post-op X, end of expiration, we get the roll down. And if we get the roll down on SPY to close the gap lower, you'd still want to see signs of life. And I think the same applies here. So you'd want to see a bottom, whatever that bottom is, but then like a new high. And you want to see the hourly trigger underneath. In my view, you'd want to see the hourly trigger underneath. So you could be waiting too is the problem. So here's where the hourly trigger is, right? You'd still want to see proof of life here. So let's say we go deeper. Let's say we close most of the gap. It looks like there's a wick down here, but I don't know if that's true or not. But regardless, you'd still want to see this new high in particular. And I want you to look specifically right here. I want you to look at this. I wouldn't just buy this, I guess I would say. I would want to see like this new high on an hourly basis. And then a successful back test over here. and try to get long somewhere here. But you want to see that strength is my point. See, you want to see the strength, right? There's the halfback trade, I think. Yeah, that's about halfback right there. So you'd want to see like the strength of the halfback trade, come back down, and then you're getting interested in it. And if it's able to hold its daily trigger, then I'd be like trying to instigate a long here. Now there is let me look at this again on a daily basis. I still think you're closing this here, and I think you are in this trend here, this bigger trend to go higher. It's actually a little bit lower. Oh, Jesus, what just happened there? Okay, it just fucked everything up. Can I go back? Hold on. This must be because of what I'm doing with dicking around. What just happened there? Okay. I don't know what's going on. I think I'm on the wrong time frame here, but whatever. It's not working. My point here is this. I would want to see a sign of life to buy this to go higher. I don't like the idea though of this low over here hiding out. What could happen is we could fail. So if we fail this and we just go down here to close that stuff out before running higher is a possibility. So I'd want to see, so I'll leave you with this on BABA. I'd like to see a sign of life to take that trade long first. If you don't see that sign of life, then I'm still targeting this downside move over here. Now, I would say set an alert I would say set an alert down here for that 113. And if we can trade down into that right now, all the better. Get the long. If you see the halfback trade and a successful backtest of the hourly trigger, then I would take that long to go higher there. But there's no real trade yet on BABA, in my view. I think the trade is what we called, which was, short the fuck out any of these highs up here, and it looks like they did. And it was a great trade. We went straight down. So the trade is dead at this point with BABA. On a daily basis, for velocity's sake, just to look at. Can I just get this to go up? There we go. On a daily basis, velocity looks great. Weekly looks great too on BABA. What else about BABA? Its hourly looks great. Believe it or not, it's got a little bit more down to go. Maybe a little bit more down here in hourly. It needs to iron itself out. But it's almost ready for a dip buy. Daily velocity looks great on this thing. So I think you're going to be able to buy this. But I would still want to see that sign of life. I would still want to see like the halfback trade happen first, bounce back, get that hourly velocity underneath it, and start the game again to the upside, somewhere around 125, 126-ish. And there's still some crap down here that needs cleaned up. Still don't like that little bit down there. And I got that tagged out there too as needing to see that that gap mostly be closed. Maybe not all of it. Leave just a bit of it, like you can see it here. Just leave a tiny little bit of it behind. Just so we know we're coming back there later on. Just so that we know that we're coming back there to take that one out and then take this one out later. You could possibly even move this up right there. Then that would give you that downside move that you're looking for. Clean that up. Let's clean that shit up. Next one is Tiger, right? T-I-G-R. This is TIGR. I don't think I've done this one. That's a nice little printer. I like that. You can see that there's known places to buy, right? Just looking at this rationally, you would think that it's going to come back down, right? I mean, that just at a base case level, it looks like buyers step in. Let's have a look at it. I'll tell you this. I don't like this monthly. You could read that as you're going to be expecting this other big squeeze up here, right? I'm assuming that's what you're thinking. You could read it like that. You've done all the accumulating here. You can see it, right? Your accumulation phase is done. Right? You know, wick off and stuff. That's what all this is here, accumulation. I'm assuming here that you're thinking that, and that's going to translate to a big up move, right? $30-minute basis. Your hourly looks like dog shit. Your daily looks even worse. I would say this. I would say I am aware of. I would say that I'm aware of the upside potential. I can understand wanting to close out. What is that? $80 or something? Let's go back and look at this again. You're leaving gaps everywhere, right? Gap here, gap up here. You got a target of $16, roughly. You got another target of 25. And you got one more at $30. I mean, I don't even know how to count this. Is this even countable? I don't know. I don't like this over here either. See, like a higher low, higher low, higher low, lower low. You have some expansion going on here, like range expansion. But that also speaks to like something like that. I mean, there's like a case to be made here that see this low right here? Here, hold on. A case can be made that this is your first correction. 2, and then 3 down here, depths of hell. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. And you're maybe closing all of this out right there. So that's your green. This is your yellow. Correction. Now, what is interesting about this is this next one here would need to beat this prior high right here. Tiger, price target $4.08. And I'd like to see a new run start thereafter, trading 12. Trading 12 something. And this would be your big move right here. I think you get your breakout, but not before a bloodbath. What's going on with SPY here? We just parked into the close here. Oh, I got to switch back to SPY. So we're not moving here into the close. We know that we've got pinning action going on for OPEX. We're trading right now. We're parking the bus on OPEX to 590 into this bell, give or take a few pennies up and down. I expect more of this tomorrow. If you want to know what my expectations are for tomorrow. Situation the same. So get rid of this bullshit here. All this noise. Get rid of all that noise. Get rid of all this stuff on here. I just like delete some of this, like some of it, but not all of it. Give me a second here, guys. Nothing's changed. Expectations still the same. Whoopsie daisy. Check it out. We're now off of a 1 minute chart here. And nothing's changed, has it? We're kind of following it exactly as we should, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd say this is pretty fucking good. So, expectations for tomorrow. The one thing I want to make a commentary here about tomorrow, I'm not going to draw a fucking line for it, but what I want to talk to you about for tomorrow in particular is there is a chance tomorrow that we do shit. And I mean like nothing. We could do something where we're like down here. Like, how do I even explain this? I don't want to draw this bullshit in, but literally like that. I'm not going to ever draw this out for you like this either. You're not getting a brief from me explaining this to you, but it's still where the target is higher. Now, I want to talk to you about this if I can. I hate having to talk about this, but I think I've said this. It's either time or price, right? Now, I want you to know that as we traded right here, I sold SPY right there. Now, I'm out of SPY. I owned a ton of SPY, too much SPY. I have too much risk on the market. Now, we need to revisit something here. I need to impress this upon you as a trader. If you're going to be long the market, I think we discussed this last year, and we've discussed this all the way up into this year, and I want to rehash it for you really quick. If you are going to own the market, I want you to be able to live with whatever you buy. And the reason I want to have this conversation with you is because of where we are specifically, and like in terms of price and stuff where we are. But the reason I want to impress this upon you is because as we collapse down in this bull market and we get late bull market, it's always better to hide in quality and think, hey, I can live with owning this for a long period of time. And that mantra should be a part of your investing and trading repertoire of tools. When we get late bull stage, you collapse down into things that you can live with. Now, you might be thinking, I can live with Tesla or I can live with Google. They're not going anywhere, or Apple. But I do want to tell you that if those things get repriced, they can be brutal. And they can go to almost nothing. The other thing, too, is that you can never trust a company like you can trust the S&P 500 or NASDAQ. That one of the benefits of NASDAQ and S&P 500 is that you can own it. They cycle out good companies and bad companies and great companies in and out or whatever. And it lasts, right? It's resilient. It's the S&P 500. So you should be considering, if you're buying market, to collapse down into quality if possible. The next thing that I want to talk to you about as we approach this close and this OPEX or whatever is, we have a window of weakness coming up next week. We could, in this window of weakness, trade sideways. We could trade all the way down here. We could trade all the way down here and blast. We could come into our window of weakness and break higher and just sideways and up. There's like all kinds of different outcomes here, aren't there? And no one has a crystal ball, do they? Nobody. There ain't nobody out there that I know. I hang out with pros. You want to see? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture from this week. Here, let's see. Hold on here. I look like a goofball. You want to see? You see that guy right there? Is that focus? Can you guys see that guy? I don't know if you can see that guy or not. Yeah, maybe you can't. I'll post it in Discord. The point here is this. I'm a pretty good fucking trader. And even I won't tell you what we're going to do next week. All I know is that there is a window of weakness or an ability for price to move. That could be up, down, could even be sideways. So the important point here about you owning the stock market is I want you to think about, where do you buy the stock market? It usually is not in an upside move, is it? It's usually in a pullback, right? Pull back, buy, right? Pull back, buy, right? Pull back, buy. Pull back, buy. Not, we're running. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get long up here, bro. Like, just don't do that. You're always looking for a pullback. You don't care anything. The only thing that should ever be in your mind is, give me a pullback, especially if you're trying to enter a position. At any time frame, give me a pullback, any pullback I can get. So, are you trying to exit positions here, or are you trying to just get long here? And I want you to consider that as we head into tomorrow's OPEX. And I also want you to think about how you're structured to go up into OPEX if you are, like me, thinking we're going to trade up here. We hit 90. Good enough for me. Why am I exiting here? Because I don't care about this. Like, I'll trade zero dates, I'll trade spreads, but I want to lock in my gains. And now I'm looking for a dip. That's what I'm doing. If I don't catch that dip and we go blast up, we keep going higher, I'll jump on that trade. Right? I'll hand stare until it rolls. But I want you to realize that as we come into this weekend in particular, and next week, Wednesday, this could be something where we're trading sideways and then up. We don't have expiration till Wednesday. Could wait till that day before, maybe Tuesday. Start getting saucy with expiration. Maybe it's sideways on Monday. Maybe they're going to tease you on Monday that we're going higher and they straight down. Right? So I just want you to think about that as we approach OPEX and tomorrow. So expectations for tomorrow is to the upside. Nothing's changed. I'd like to see us. Personally, I'm just here. I mean, I'm long here, but not market wise. And I want you to think about that if you're trying to get long. I want you to think about, like, if I'm going to own the market, can I? If we never come back, let's say we go up here and we come in it tomorrow, Monday we start selling, right? We lose this. Can you live with owning the S&P 500 from right here? Probably not, right? So you'd probably be in a lot of pain, wouldn't you? So sometimes the better trade is no trade. You wait down here, and if you get left behind, you're like, oh, Cap, that's not what happened, bro. We just kept going higher and higher and higher. Oh, that's okay. You didn't lose any money. All right? Now you missed that trade, but you didn't lose any money. You didn't get trapped in here and then rolled down or even lower. So try to be patient as we move into next week. If we trade up here and we just do some consolidating and sideways, that's fine. We can do that. We make a new high. We'll jump on that trade together as a group, up and to the right. But just be aware. Just be aware that you might be the bag holder up here. They want you to get on board that June trade for June 20th. And I'm not anti that June trade. Here's June. Here's May, right? And I want you to look at June 20. So this is what Wall Street's saying. They want to be out of market by June 20th. There it is right there. There's your all-time highs. There's 620. You name it. It's right there. There's still plenty of time for us to get long, take that all-time high trade into June 20th, July, whatever, from lower. So I would leave myself that ability to, I don't know, to get long at a better price to trade this up here. It's a pretty big move, right? What is that move? That's a 9% move right there. Whew. That's juicy. That's some juice right there, isn't it? Hell, even if we just failed. Even if we just failed all-time highs right here. What is that? An 8% move. Whew, that's good. 8%er if we came down here. So if you're a bull, you should be asking for this too, right? Yeah, I mean, let's just like check that bad boy right there. You know, maybe one more pump. We get the cross, like it goes like this, right? Daily trigger is already barking through it. And then you just see that price roll. Ooh, yeah. You're all bulled up. You guys are all like Super Bowl. We're going all-time highs. Cap sucked right back down. Surprise, motherfucker. That's where I am right there. So we'll look for it. Look for it in the next. Look for it in the next week if possible. Still targeting this upside target here. I don't know if I care if we get it or not, or when we get it tomorrow. This could be end of the day. Just note that we could like grind sideways, and that could be something stupid in a day, and then like literally up the flagpole at 4 p.m. I kid you not. Like the last 5 minutes. If we're gonna do it, they'll run it up. If we're gonna make that run higher, it's likely gonna be like the last 10 minutes of the bell tomorrow. That's usually what they'll do, right? They'll get the price where it needs to be and not pay any of your options. All those calls that you probably had on, you probably had calls somewhere over here. Yeah, in February. And they're not gonna print you until the last possible minute. Hell, they could even wait until after the bell. They could literally, if they wanted to, they could wait until Monday and be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck all of you. I don't think so, though. We are on 90, though, right now. But if they were to run it up the flagpole, it would likely happen the last possible minute. So that's what I've got for you guys. Now, just to recap this, if I gave you an expectation like this, what are you looking at? You should not be looking at that. You should be looking at this, because you're a buyer of dips. You're just hoping for a pullback that you can get long in. That's it. That's all you're looking for. If this moves up, whoop, you're doing the same thing. This goes up instead, you're just waiting for a pullback. Any pullback will do. Every pullback is an opportunity to get long. And you already have the tools that you need to verify if that's the bottom, right? You bounce, catch a new high, get above the hourly trigger, and we're off and running. Let me put this back up for you here. Uh-oh, I moved everything. Hold on here, guys. I moved all my stuff. Right there. Ooh, look at that. Look what's coming up. Look what's coming up from underneath. Hourly trigger's still coming up. Do you guys think we ramped this bell or what? Like from the depths of hell, the hourly trigger's coming up from underneath here. It's catching up. Let me just check this hourly velo really quick, make sure it's going to hold. Yeah, it looks okay. not my favorite hourly velo. It's near the end of its life. Not quite yet, but almost. You want to? What do you want, Chase? 40% pullback? Hold on, I'm going to post this picture. Nope, no. I posted that picture in there for you. Look at the fuckers trying to sneak this shit down. Look at them. We got Poop Island going, bro. Stop messing with Poop Island. Yep. That guy and that other guy right there. That's the executive chef of High West Distillery. That's right. Yep. Let me check that out. Nope, that's false. He's gone now. Oh god, Discord's going crazy right now. Oh god. God damn, parking the bus into the close. Yeah, hold on here. You got 13 minutes left. I'm not sure. God damn it. Hey, where are you? Yes, I'm trying to log the fuck in. Why did you kick me out to begin with? Let me know in the chats if you're out on YouTube and Twitch land. Are you in puts or calls right now? I don't know. Depends if they close them today or not. If they, let me check real quick and just see. See what the expiry is looking like for today. One dates. What do we got expiring today? Whoa. 6,000? Jesus Christ. 5,900. We're trading 15. We got some of this stuff's in the money right now. We got 59, 15. What are we trading right now? 59, 10. Those are all in the money. 6,000 is not in the money. Well, we got a giant fucking gamma bar at of one date options at 6,000. Giant expiry. They can't. Oh. 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 Well, you getting a little woody there. What's that? What you doing, Spoos? Whoa. Woo. Woo. 590, huh? Shocker. 590, huh? You like that number for some reason. Spy likes 590. Just parking the bus, baby. Whoa. It wants to rip fucking faces off, doggone it. It wants to. It wants to. Gimme. Hold on here. I'm trying to put a trade on. Yes. Shit is going wild right now. Watch this closing action here. Look at all that. Do you guys see all that price action right there? All this horse trading going on right now. You see all this? Just look at that right there. Sweating bullet. Oh, yeah. Oh. Whoa. Man, you're not paying me that much, duder. I thought it would be up more than that. Whoa. Trading $5.90, 30 cents into the closing bell here. Woohoo! $5.90, 27 after the bell here. What are you doing, Spoos? Oh, where you going? Where you going, Spy? What's that? What's that up there, Spy? 591? 17? You want to touch it? There's a gap right there. Watch out. There's a gap here, guys, at 590.81. Watch out for the gap above here. Is that a gap? There's a gap right here. Watch out. Well, look at you, Spoos. You can go wherever you want. It's a little window of weakness here. You don't have to pay those people anymore, bro. You can do anything you want. You can go up. Just think, all those suckers' calls died today. You're going to get a whole bunch more of them dying tomorrow. You can do whatever you want now, bro. You can go up. You guys want to look at the 4-hour candle right now? You want to see the direction we went today? How about this? You see any fucking down there? I don't see any fucking down, do you? I see green bars, bro. I see a big ass green bar right there. I don't know. I see it. It's a 1 hour candle. Well, there's a couple more green bars. Looks like green to me. Oof. All right. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. You'll get a brief here shortly. Why am I getting a call right now? Oh, hold on. Let me call you guys back here in a minute. You'll have a brief for me tonight or tomorrow for the weekend. There's not really much to say here. Nothing has changed. So we're in this like mechanical trade into the weekend. We want to see where price is tomorrow on the close. If we can peek our heads up, I think I've already told you guys this, but if we can peek our heads, if we can look high, see this one, this big red bar right here, wherever the fuck that is, that. If we can peek our head up, that would be the preference. Tomorrow, Monday, I don't care. Just peeking our heads. That's really all I want to see on the upside. And we'll play it by ear from there. You know, if you think that we're going to keep going to all-time highs, I can't discount that. I understand that on a daily candle basis. You don't want, like, there's some like trading rules where you just want to keep climbing higher and higher and higher and higher. You kind of have to, because if you don't, it's saying we can't get higher. So that means we need to go lower to find the real support, which is probably even lower than the market low. But I think just peeking our head allows the market to digest and still validates that upside move to all-time highs. And it also makes it more sustainable. I hate saying that word, but you know what you don't want to see? Or I don't want to see? I don't want to see like a squeeze and then we fail and trade a new market low. I always like the sustainable market to some extent, as best as we can have it. So I would really like to see the peak above, the pullback, and then we make our way to all-time highs or a failure of all-time highs in the summertime. So we'll monitor it and see where we go from here. But for right now, no changes in outlook until the close on Friday, until tomorrow. We'll look at it then. Seeing if we're going to keep squeezing and going higher and higher. I really do think that this is a trap for bulls. And we haven't done any pullbacks either. That's the only thing that's scaring the shit out of me. Like we don't do any pullbacks. Every window of weakness we've had, any like chance or opportunity for the market to pull back in a reasonable way, it's not happened. We've just maintained each island that we're on. We're just like staircasing up. So we'll monitor it and see what happens. But I'd really like to see that pullback. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it yesterday. We didn't see it the day before. I've been looking for a pullback all week. Not a single one. It's just been up, 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 up the whole entire way. And we know that we've got the two targets of 90 and 96. So everybody's on the same train, I guess. I just don't know if I'm willing to stay on the train after that 96. I feel like it's going to trigger rolling of positions and